It's the time of day when I get the worst viewership. Therefore, it's the perfect time to stream. We're back in more of this. Continuing Qasriga. So, after I ended stream yesterday, I went ahead and actually joined the Discord and just searched what is getting mentioned about the genie legacies, and it's kind of not great, honestly. Basically, the RNG is slightly busted, and we're gonna have to wander around the desert for ever. If we had not vassalized everyone, they could wander around and find them, but it's basically like random. If you enter a province, there's a RNG that you might hit the item. And I don't know how long I'm going to be willing to wander the desert about that. So we're just going to see how long my patience holds out, and if it doesn't work, well, we're not playing Iron Man. Explicitly so I can debug mode past missions if I go, ugh. So that's where we're looking. That said, I think there is one mission we want to look for before we reform. It's this one. So at the very least, we're going to get 5 more rolls of the dice on getting those. And then we will see. Also, tell me if the audio is too loud for game or for me. Okay, you can come back. Who's disloyal? Gastamubari is... Oh no, Rajashahil is a little disloyal too. Because our commander died, probably. Get back up there. Boss. Did you level up? No. How far are we from leveling up? No tech. Right now our limiting factor is on getting to the next mission that I'm actually going to guarantee I'm doing is admin. Gonna need like 200 admin to go forward. I mean, we can go forward here anyway if we want. There's nothing stopping us. We just have to sit there for a bit. Although, we can sit here on the guaranteed ivory for a bit longer too. So let's just do that, and then we'll migrate over here to Fobu Meretka, which looks a little like Forbidden Edna zoomed out. Find out what we have here. This is a more exciting variety here. Got spices, exotic woods, ivory, naval supplies, sugar. I'm a little excited to find out what's going on here. I think it's going to be 200 before our modifiers get the next piece of land. These are a little less exciting than the coast, because they're all wool livestock most likely. But I do kind of want to fill these out before I reform. We need to get 5 more, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's got the wool livestock thing going on. What have you got going on? You've got spices, exotics. I mean, the coast here is so good, though. I might just go down the coast. That's got the spices, exotics. Spices, exotics, ivories. Then we're back into the wool livestock. So 1, 2, 3. We got 4 fancies. Then we're back in the wool exotics. And then I guess we grab these 2 to fill out the rest. And then we can worry about, like, actually settling things. And none of this is worth anything, so it's just going to be kind of a waste, but it makes me feel better. You know what else makes me feel better? Getting 75 admin. That means we are probably good to migrate to the Forbidden Edna. Face this KFO warband. Let's let ourselves heal up a bit. We'll fight them down. I feel like the audio is too loud, looking at that. No one said anything, but I'm gonna just kind of back on. Rains fall in the merfolk tip. The expected seasonal rains have failed. Rains failed. The roads have failed. A period of drought has begun. Famine will likely follow. More devastation than we normally get. No! That's bad. Oh, I forgot to claim this. This is where I needed to claim. Well, that's a waste of military points. Oh, we got spices here now. And now we get to sit down here until we have enough to claim it. I should have checked that we were good before we went there. Okay, well that's done. And this is going to cost us 153 admin. So expensive. But we need to get more if we want to get them. And basically every time we enter one of these, we have a chance of getting a genie legacy. A chance. Not guaranteed. It's not like they get scattered in random hidden places on the map. And when we can't migrate anymore, then we can't get them anymore, is my understanding. I didn't ask the question, I just read it, because it got asked a bazillion times, and people stopped answering. Do I want the trade range? Let's get the trade range. That increases the chances that we can actually use our stuff. Our captain has died in our employ. Oh no. Still have a navy? We still have this navy. I don't think I need this navy. Save myself a little bit of money. We don't actually need that navy. And can we reach? We can. That extra trade range lets us reach here, even from this side of the territory. Wonderful. It's gonna minusculely increase my money. Okay, let's keep someone migrating around my subjects so they don't get too uppity. We've recovered the troops, so we can stand down our army maintenance. Before I do. You are just so mean. What's your problem? Ah, Diplotech. Okay, we need to get our Diplotech up, so we're not going to get any more Diplo ideas. Got anything exciting? Fleet movement. We're not at war, so we can't use that power. I'll spend 3,000 manpower for free stability. 3,000 manpower per stability is a great deal. And yeah. Our vassals are a little rebellious. They'll see the silly side eventually. We need, like, all the technologies and all the points to go into other things. We need Iasmon to just die and get replaced with someone who isn't a 140. That is so garbage. We got a morale of armies guy. We don't really need the money anymore. I think it's better, since we do need to get our Diplotech up to make our people not rebellious. Let's get a Diplo guy. Oh goodness, we can have all three. Look at that. We are making a little bit of money even. We have a full suite of advisors. And we can establish some legal basis for our future rule. And I think the best thing we can have here is Diplo Rep. That Diplo Rep is going to be lovely. We get more Diplo relations, too. Which means we could have another, but I don't know that there is anyone. There's no one interested in being an ally. And then there's no one we'd want to vassalize, so that extra Diplo relations slot is going to go to waste. Oh, and we have hit enough to get you. Beautiful. Let's go ahead, because we need to migrate more and we need to get up to spaces, we'll go ahead and keep migrating. This is fish, the only bad roll. Oh well, we can't win all of them. Look at our trade goods. We've locked in a pretty decent variety. Got some spices. Actually, not really that much variety. We've got a lot of wool. We've got some spices. We got some incense. We got some of that. Some livestock. More wool and spices and livestock down there. They've got iron locked in down there. Woof. That's lovely. I just love we have this huge yarn production up here. It could be gold. In my test game, the AI was rolling so much gold up here. Oh, and because we came a step further, we're now too far away from any spot to do this. We got 3 merfolk settlements. We'll have a lot of opportunity to work with merfolk as the game goes on. But yeah, we're working towards you. So we get this and then 2 more, and we'll have enough to spread out and pillage the non-believers. And then we'll probably decide whether or not we want to roll through utter domination. Just debug mode it. I think I might give it... What do we actually get from utter domination? We get tribal development every month. That's not very much. It's 3... It's per every loyal. We only have 1 loyal, so... It's not much. We'd refresh against the world. How long does event against the world last? Because I know we have that. Or did we lose it? Has it already been long enough that we've lost it? Oh, we didn't take it. We took the option that... I don't know. We don't have it against the world. So, we don't get any benefit, really, from completing domination at this point, so we may as well relax. I like Rijal Sahil has moved further down here, taking more territory. I kind of want to take these 2 complete. Just make sure we have this connection. I mean, waiting gives the potential for our vassals to get more land. So what I'm thinking about, to be clear here, which one is it that we need to? This one. We and all of our subjects turn into a theocracy. So I think that force settles all of our subjects' lands. So if we connect here, we'd have a sort of pseudo-unified kingdom going from, or Vizierate going from all the way up here down to here, with Watoy being a little isolated, which is fine. Maybe I've jumped the gun a little on vassalizing everyone. Who knows? Maybe I should have given them more opportunity to expand. Well, it is what it is. We can treat with these mare. We may as well. And you know what? We'll allow freedom of movement. We'll get the free one. Just a little bit of friendly connectivity. But if I don't, and I go here instead, we get... Oh, this has got huge devastation. Oh, let's get the large warband. Yeah, we're not going there. So, that's going to have to wait until we're fully formed and we have a good, proper army. I wonder if there's any event or anything if there's no warbands left. I hope there is. Hey, we have a plain-touched commander. A promising new soldier. With powerful plain-touched powers. General Ali. And we've gotten fertility. So we can change our leader out for Ali, our little tiefling. Or genie touched. Probably more genie touched than tiefling in this area. We have that 160 we need to claim you. I guess it's time to... Well, I do need to go think about migrating again. I don't want to sit on fish forever. We need 2 more. It's a lot of mill to get down here. Or I could come down here and take that. Let's start migrating back. This is relatively cheap. We go there, then there, and here it's livestock. Well, that's sad. Could have been gold, but it's fine. We can get at least back into one of these trade nodes. We're going to need another 160. And then we can come down here and we can fight this warband, seize that territory, spread out a little bit, get the money. Relax a little more. I was really hoping we'd have gold over here, because there's a 3% chance. So that's like 97% chance of not having gold. That's like 8, 97 to the 8. We're not grabbing our trade efficiency because we need this tech. So, I don't know. Let me take a moment here. I want to just open my calculator, see what the odds are that we would not have found gold in any of these provinces, see how unlucky we are. So, there's 8 provinces. There's a 97% chance of not having gold in a given province. They're independent events. Okay, that's understandable. It's a 78% chance. I understand. So there's a 78% chance of there being no gold thus far, so I guess that's acceptable, right? Like a coin flip of there being no gold in the desert whatsoever. And you know how this goes. And actually, all of this is also in that area. That's 8, 9, 10, 11. So it's actually we're even less lucky, but I still think we're in the coin flip territory. And we all know that I lose my coin flips in EU. So oh, it's still 70%. How many do we need for it to be a coin flip? 23. We need 23 provinces involved for it to become a coin flip. Okay. So it's not unreasonable that we're not seeing any gold here. It's just a little disappointing. That's fine. I mean, we still have spices. We got a sensible amount of spices. We got some incense. We could get more of both. We could also get more yarn. More fish. See, and because we didn't claim this, it became yarn. Because we didn't claim that properly, it became yarn instead of ivory. We lost the ivory. My misplay, no. If I'd added that as tribal land before migrating, we would have locked in the ivory. Do we have a chance of ivory here? Yeah, so we could still get ivory. It's going to be livestock, but we could get ivory. So this is going to be ready in 93. That's fine. What all do we get? Besides our vassals liking us more, we can steal maps. We can build docks, which we can't really do yet, but we'll be able to. Are you at 6 yet? You're at 6 yet. Okay, they're getting ahead of us in all the techs. So we probably should chill for a while. We do want 2 more, though. If we get 2 more, we can come back to Artem Karist and chill. And then reform. Like, we can reform in Artem Karist. This is where I want my capital. Like, it's 11 without tribal development. And then this was 3 without, and it's 14 now. 14, 13, 12, 11. So we're going to get, like, 20-some development here if we settle properly. If I'm understanding correctly, like... Yeah. Although I think the tribal development might spread out, but I hope it doesn't. I'd like it to be kind of centralized. There you got the 344. Got so much development sitting there. As long as we don't fall too far behind, we should be okay. Getting some neighbor bonuses. That's good. And do we see Renaissance? I don't think we're going to see Renaissance, but it's worth taking a look. Nope. We see feudalism? Yes. In fact, some of our vassals have embraced feudalism. We could bring one of you back and say... Is anyone willing to give us knowledge sharing? What toy? We cannot learn from them about any institutions. It says we can learn about them from them about feudalism, though. Or is this feudalism not spread here and we have it already? Oh yeah, we've already embraced feudalism, it's just that we've moved here so it hasn't settled in. Okay, well that explains that. So we've got 56% chance of meh. And over here we've got 58% chance of meh. Let's stand up our army to prepare to fight. Come on, cross our fingers, roll good. Give mommy gold. Give mommy gold. It's wool. It's wool. Well, we may as well fight the warband. And then in this spot, we're going to have to chill until we have 117. Because we just took out a warband that's big enough to give us a discount, apparently. Lovely. Love discounts. There's that Diplotech. And importantly, Amubar still has better Diplotech. That's annoying. Well, we'll get there. We'll get things resolved. No worries. Have some patience. They'll see the funny side. And I don't think we're going to have another market we can go to. Oh, we can go to this market. We can't trade there, but we may as well pick up a little bit that sneaks away from us. So currently we're collecting 55 at home. And at the end of the month, we'll be collecting... But still 55. It comes out to even. So there's no sense, I think. But we can help take some trade power out of our potential rivals' hands. There we go. That doesn't benefit us, but it messes with these two. Amubar, what are you up to? Badabi. What? I kind of don't want to mess with the Badabi, actually. That seems like a problem begging to happen. So we'll come here. We'll get this one. It's not as thematic as going to fight people, but we can leave that little dead zone. Now we need 175 instead of 117. I think it's fine. It's better than having Badabi smack us when we're not ready. This way we can prepare for war with Badabi, settle next to them, and then strike. Do it on our terms. Because it's much funnier when you lose the war that you start on your terms. Incompetent administrator? Yes, I am. I hope that when we settle, we can, like, get the desert so our name goes across, like, all of this. Now that we've moved this coast, do we have access? We do. Beautiful. I will take the sum. We will need a navy, probably. Like, I look at this, we're definitely going to need a navy. Maybe, we'll probably, when we're all settled, when everything's unified and we take Badabi, I might push Baraga a little just so I can have that, and then put the biggest fort you'd ever seen there. And that will just block off land invasion that isn't through sea, but then we'll need a navy to keep people from landing in our beautiful sandy testicles. I told Sahil, well, yeah, it was on stream, so people who were here yesterday saw when I told Sahil about that. She was like, no, I don't like being aware of that. Alternatively, it's like a big mouth that's going, yeah, it's trying to eat this. And it has a skinny neck. So it's a chain chomp. If you don't want to think of it as a pair of sandy testicles, you could think of it as a chain chomp trying to eat Wasada and Barakar. Okay, we got it. We yapped long enough to grab this. Okay. So now we're gonna do our migration. back to our capital. And I think we're going to end up sitting here forever. You know what? I think I'm going to save the money to use after we reform. So, gonna need a bunch of 2s. And just in case we end up having some sort of horrid revolt, I'm going to try and put leaders into all these armies. So you've got Ali. You can get Dub. You can get Yasman. And you can just suck. Oh, how lovely! We have ourselves a bot. Let's... Come on. Pause the game for me so I can come over here. And... report you for being a bot. You're doing it. In particular, it does look like you're doing a Discord attack. And then we can ban you from the channel. This is a downside to streaming right now, is this is not the time when most people who watch me are available. It's generally a good time for my hernia, but it's not a great time for everyone who watches me on my channel, which means that the bots go, oh, low channel, you must be a target. No, people watch me after the fact. They tell me about it. It's fine. So here we go. We're going to lose 1,500 sign, convert half of our tribal provinces, and gain a bunch of land. The Gaspinma, or savages, rude, who live in the Jasir Dug, the old core territories of the Sultanate, which are no longer populated by civilized nations, should disgust any sane person who sees them. These traders who turned their backs on the Jinn now worship local spirits and fickle gods. Much as it pains us, they are also scions of Ardmia, and we cannot kill them indiscriminately. Instead, we shall demand a tribute for a privilege of living on our land, and offer them more protection and less tribute obligations if they decide to join us in the worship of our great empress that was Ardmia. So we gain a bunch of money. We look at our religion map mode. We now have a bunch more genie cult provinces. It's going to make conversion easier. And I think at this point we fire off utter domination. So I'm going to save in case something goes awry. Because I've never actually done this before, but I do believe we go debug mode. And then we mouse over here. We see AYN_3_4. And we go mission AYN_3_4. That mission is now completed. It indeed is. And then we can go debug mode to turn it off. And we have gotten past the weird genie thing. With no big explosions. So, we have brought the continent under our dominion, establishing secure routes between each of our tribes' domains, creating a new system to communicate while avoiding the Kayakul, and uniting the Guryadagans like no one has done since the fall of the Jinnaka Vizierate. Our goal now must be to strengthen and rejuvenate the land. So instead of rushing to open new frontiers in the still untamed wilderness, instead of rushing to open new frontiers in the untamed wilderness around us, ultimately we shall delve to the secrets of our past and return the Vizierate to its former glory. Yay! So this one, we need to make our subjects less mad at us, which is just a matter of Diplotech, I think. So we get all of you to come back here. We'll treat with the merfolk here. I'm willing to bow to their demands. Day after day, wave after wave, the ocean's caress whittles even the hardest defenses. The merfolk that swim through our waters are no exception. Our recent interactions lowering their wary guard. Rather than keeping to themselves and hiding amid the boundless blue, they allow themselves to be seen, approached, and spoken to. Despite the warming and taunt, there's a way to go before the merfolk treat us as friendly neighbors. So we lose the isolated off-coast merfolk and get a neutral one, giving us more trade value, cheaper boats, and some autonomy. Well, that's going to be our capital, so the autonomy is not a big deal. Yay! We're getting better relationships with the merfolk. That's just goodness. Okay, Rijal Sahil is down to fine, so it's only Ammobaris that's upset with us. And their main issue is better Diplotech and relative army. That's mainly it. Oh, you're mad at us too. In theory, we can improve that by drilling, so we shall. I think if we drill, that counts as increasing our army power. Also, we might be able to squeeze more troops out. Yeah, we're not even above our mill cap anymore. So let's get up to 10 troops. I think we'll be able to afford 10 troops standing up, and that might make them all loyal again. Which will give us another mission. And we're not cheating that one. We only cheated the one that we're dealing because it had that genie legacy thing, and I didn't want to spend forever roaming the wilderness looking for genie artifacts. We're getting close to Reformation, and so I'm going to save the money. I'm going to save the money until we do our Reformation. We'll get free stability. Heck yeah. I love free stability. We also need even more troops to stand in front of everyone for this prosperity. So we need 3 times Ammubaris' army, which is 18. We need 8 more people. So we might want to spend some money, because if we spend on this, we get 5 more force limit. You know what? Let's do it. Let's try to get ourselves up to that higher force limit. I think that will also make our vassals lose their high liberty desire. Surface delegation returns from the sea. Bells chime, heralds tout, musicians play, and choruses hum, announcing our diplomats' homecoming procession through Artem Karas Sentry Hall. Freshly returned from the merfolk lands beneath the waves, they relay their mission's success. Where to begin? Ah, the journey, uneventful. From the shore, the merfolk breeding party, awash in pearly opulence, wove a spell upon us, adjoining our own abjurations. They then guided us to the heart of their watery nation, showcasing awesome reefs, dark depths, and gargantuan settlements brimming with merfolk. They granted us an audience with their grand councils, esteemed royals, and leading politicians, and while lodging in their sea-stone palaces, they ensured comforting amenities, dry, airy chambers, savory meals fusing sea and surface cuisine, even a spell to enhance our swimming. It was a wholly successful exchange of pomp and circumstance. Yet, the diplomat souls, myself and others, experienced curious scenarios. At least one of their mercantile royals remarked on our plain attire, an ancient merfolk general toasted our finless forms, and a host of other odd remarks. Naturally, we're more than gracious in the face of such comments. We attributed this to jovial jeers meant to deepen bonds, like siblings. The capital court martyrs, merfolk accepted our diplomats, cared with peerless respect, and nurtured them whole, and yet they were racist. We can lose prestige and make them like us more. We can gain prestige and have them not hate us, or we can just lose prestige. Well, I'll take 20 prestige for far better favor with the merfolk. That just gives us benefits. Yeah. I was hoping to save this to build like temples across my land, but I think I do have to spend the money increasing my military power. Ah, they're drilling. That's what's up. Yeah, let's stop drilling. Because we're going to have to build our military up, we're going to go ahead and cut our army maintenance down. There we go. This might hurt our economy short term, but it should give us enough to get everyone down chill. And the fortified house might even make it so we can maintain this army for a while. It's all infantry, which is suboptimal, but I don't want to pay for cavalry and artillery when we're still in our internal era. It's trying to get everyone to be less mad at us. And then we need the Diplotech and the military tech, if we're entirely honest. There's that we were expecting. If we need to, we can fire advisors, but I'd rather not. I will spend actually more money now to get rid of that corruption. We can get that in 1502. That's fine. And hey, that money went away because our force limit increased. We're only 2 over. We're going to be a bit over our force limit. It should be fine. We just have to have a relatively large army, mostly to keep Amubariz in line. Amubariz has decided to have a whole 6 troops. It's really just Amubariz who's the troublemaker. Because otherwise we would only need 9, right? We would only need 9 troops if Amubariz sat down at 3 like everyone else. But they're not. Such is life. Now we're at 18. We need to not be running a deficit too. Okay. I think we need to get the mill tech up to really count, and we need to not run a deficit, so we'll need to lose someone. And that someone, I think, is probably going to be Khabib. Because we're not going to be needing more admin outside of teching up. So we've got our... that. We have 3 times the forces, but we don't have the army strength. We're still losing money. Yeah. We're not going to be able to stand up our entire army without losing more than our advisors gain. Like, if we stand up our whole army, yeah. So that's not going to be a way to push our power. Fortunately, we should be able to get X6 soon, and that should put us tech parity, and that might count us as having enough power. It's a little tough to really understand how that works in detail. I'm sure that there's a list you can just look up. And yeah, that's what I expected. We did it. Okay. As we vanquish the hordes of the Kaokul from our lands, the lands begin to bloom anew. Dotting the lands of Ardmia are farms and homesteads, filled with friendly faces cultivating and selling balsam, goats, sorghum, and more goods for us to enjoy. Along with this, our way of life has become more lavish, changing as our people become more acquainted with foreign traders. Daring traders have begun to visit our lands, bringing wares and stories with them. From Dakishini gems and gold, which are used to decorate gurs and saddles, grains from the Mengi and silks from Halas. All manner of foreign goods have arrived at our shores, and how our people now lead their lives is unrecognizable to the growing numbers of elders who remember the old ways. Yay. We lose a bunch of manpower from our vassals. We gain a lot of manpower. We gain tribal development. And every tribal land province without warbands gets extra development. Which none of our lands have warbands, so let's go. So now we just need Amubariz to chill. And Amubariz, we can placate you. Hey! Amubariz is chill. From the centuries of stagnation to unity and dominance over all of the Jasir Dug in only a few short years, the success of our tribe has seen is nothing short of miraculous. This has caused some amongst our ranks to call us Barreri Ardba, blessed by Ardmia, those destined to bring back the Vizierate and maybe even return the might of the genies back to our world. Yet, we cannot rest on our laurels and instead must continue on this perilous path we've chosen. Only if we work tirelessly might we succeed in restoring the glories of ancient Jinaka, perhaps even be blessed once more by the sacred presence of genies, perchance even exalted Ardmia in our midst. So we gain Chosen of Ardmia until the end of the game, giving us manpower in our True Faith provinces. Whenever we gain cult power, we get a 10% chance to gain 2 cult power. And if we cast 6 incantations, which we have, and 2 incantations that cost 3 or more, which we have, then whenever we cast a major incantation, we get 10 mana for every cult power we spend. Yay! So now, we need to have 3 more battles with the Keakul and not be a native government. I think we can face a large group. Do we need to have it be our territory to take it? Yes. So we have to have it be an owned province. In that case, we will not stand up our army yet. So we're going to need to go fight some more fights. There's a large warband here. And I think we're going to go fight this one. I think that will give us free access to annex it. And then there's a couple more that we'll have to fight. Really, we're going to have to go just fight all of them. Okay. And we'll have to wait until wait to reform here until we finish. So that's going to require us to have enough to migrate 3 times. We can chill and do that. Amubar is unloyal again. Of course they are. And then we're going to be back in the question of, do we migrate and take this to have the connected borders? And I think the answer is yes, because they've got the connected borders here all the way through, so... It might be worth it just to clean up. I'm nervous about these because Barabi... And they're definitely going to want our land. I think it's just better to settle it later. We'll just do the fights. So we need 1, 2, 3. Wait, we got another one there. So we go 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll need 7 moves total. Four, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it's the same anyway. I don't think we take these. We might, depending, but I don't think we do. I think we just leave those to be settled later. We're going to have that reform, but it's going to come before we're ready for it, actually. That's funny. And then I think we do come claim this extra one just so we have the full connected bit. And then we don't reform till we're back here. I want this to be our capital. So we're then going to have to spend to come all the way back. Gonna be spending a lot of mill power right here to fight the enemy, like we're supposed to. But we'll drag everyone else along, kicking and screaming into the future. It definitely feels like the intention is that we're still tribals when Anbennar shows up and starts doing colonialism, gives us troubles. But I think I would rather be a vizier. Be the vizierate. Yeah, now we have an unassigned merchant. Because we can't reach... Yeah, we can't reach Yeshlok anymore. Oh, we can't reach anyone anymore. That's so sad. That's the main reason we want to be up there. We get such better trade. We can reform. We're not going to, though, because that's going to keep us from easily making our last couple battles. Make our last couple battles, and then we'll do our reformation. Next month we can come do this, and the reason I raised myself before coming there is this has so much devastation. We're going to want to kill them before we push forward. Okay, our first big fight, it's Ivory, so oh goodness, we hope we win. 777. Do we have our best fight general? We do. Let's go. If we win, we get a lot of goodness. 21 versus 18. No leader. They have a die roll penalty. I'm going to slow this down to speed 2. We are slaughtering them. Hundreds more than us. Okay, I think we got this. But it is not easy. For the first time in the history of Adamaya, an army has faced off against a large warband and succeeded. And it became free, instant tribal land, locked in as Ivory. Beautiful. We don't need quite so many, so let's consolidate our regiments down. Save ourselves a little bit of money. Turn down our army maintenance. So much devastation. But it's not 100% anymore. And that's what matters. These next ones are small warbands, so we should be fine. I will say that this warband battles thing is another potential issue. If you recall the legacies, we ran into a problem where we just couldn't find them. And this is another one. If our allies down here fight all the warbands, and there aren't 12 left to fight when we unify them, then we just won't be able to complete the mission ever. Because they're a finite resource. So This is, I think, another thing that maybe needs another pass, is the Keiko battles. Oh, we only need one more battle. That's right here. Well, then we're going to take it, and we're going to migrate back towards our capital. I'm not going to sweat over just like a couple little provinces connecting to Rijal Sahil. Rijal Sahil can do its thing, and then we can eventually just settle. Gosh, what can we potentially get here? This could be spices, wood, ivory, naval supplies, sugar, iron, incense, gold. So 6% chance of something we don't want, 94% chance of something good. We're going to find out in a couple months. And then we'll migrate back to Ardem Karast. We'll reform the government in our proper capital. And we'll create the Vizierate. It's not going to quite be the glorious unified Ardamaya that we wanted. But you know what? That gives us our next step. We finished unifying Ardamaya. We make sure we're caught up to fight Badabi, push them off. Like, if we look at regions, subcontinents, Jinaka. Well, Jinaka might be just what we want to take. I think that would be a sensible situation. Have all of Jinaka unified under the Vizierate and the Genie cult. So, if we don't get an expanded mission tree, that becomes the goal. And then, I don't know, maybe we decide a different spot for our capital. What does, from an economy standpoint, what does development look like over here? That is just one of the best developed provinces. 24. That's probably going to be about 24 to settle. The 27 up there. So, Qasari Marudikya is probably the best province. I mean, you over here are really developed, but I love that we have 18 development here, putting us in that light green. Our preferred capital is 11 without us actually being there. That is where I want my capital. It's probably the best province here. So, we're not in the scary fight, so we don't need it to be that anymore. Okay. Oh, we can do the migration anyway. So let's migrate and cross our fingers, hope for something good, not fish. Hey, cloth. Cloth is okay. Get that army maintenance up. We don't want to fight with our low morale, but when our morale's gathered, we'll do the last fight. And then it's going to be time to migrate back northward. I might stop and claim this if I get something good, but I'm not going to unless it's like gold or spices or sugar or iron. If it's just livestock or wool, then there's no sense in spending the admin points right now for it. Get the fight going. Fight is done. Claim the land. And now we just need to not be native, which we're not gonna do until we migrate back. So we shouldn't have any more fights, so we can get our army stood down. Is it something good? Nope, so we're not going to spend the admin on it. It's tempting to spend the admin on it, but we won't. We'll save the admin. I'm not willing to spend 200 admin on wool. How far are we from our... Okay, we've almost got that Diplotech. Excellent. Although, people aren't mad at us anymore, so... Maybe we just take the trade efficiency? Let's take the trade efficiency. So let's see. We've already gotten reviving the old ways. Within the dazed lands of the Jasir Dug, ancient remnants of the luxurious civilizations are glazed across the desert stands. These ruins are in pieces from the Jinica Vizierate, a vision long gone from the mind of many a man. The many decades of calamities after calamities have left the good times a vague memory, replaced by our forced nomadic lifestyle, always on the run from disaster. Now, though, the Goryadaga all seek to return to some form of normalcy. The times of celebration and festivities when the Jasir Dug was rich with treasures from across the world. Sure, there will be hardships, but we'll be ready to face them. And we're going to be coming up on the City of Wonder soon. Let's take our trade policy. Give us additional trade efficiency and cheaper promoting mercantilism. And we're only a few months away from what would have been another attack level, but instead it'll be stronger merchant trade power. As we continue making our way back towards home. It'll put us a little behind the tech. You can see they're already up at Tech 7, and we're emptying ourselves out of Tech 6, but the reform will be worth it. And we do have a 0 mill power person that we're doing all this mill power expense through. So we can't be too mad. We can be a little mad. We can't be too mad. There's that merchant trade power. Okay, it's not quite enough for the City of Wonder. We would need trade manipulation. I think it's fine that the City of Wonder will be Artem Karist. Migration requires 49. So it's going to be 2 months because we get +6. And then we'll have to wait a few more months until we can migrate back. About 10 months. 9 months. And after 9, and then we'll be back home, and we can reform the government and complete the last quest of this mission tree. The mana is a loss because we don't have any access to magic. I think we're going to get instantly full mana when we recover. But yeah, I was willing to spend 3,000 manpower to get to +3 stability. Things are looking good for Qasriga. Oh look, it's Bois. I do kind of want to attack them too, because this, currently held by rebels, was a, like, an outgrowth of our old friends. Excuse me. And there we are. Back to home. All of our trading is back online. And we can click State of Faith. Because we're going to become a theocracy anyway, so we may as well. Bam! Qasriga. Ever since the fall of the Sultanate and the collapse of the Vizierate which followed it, genie relics have been lost, found and lost again in the deep sands and long grasses of Ardemia. Now the cycle continues with the discovery of what appears to be an unremarkable old brass item in the dirt. Oh, we found a genie legacy. We find them just by settling. Oh, okay. This one hummed when empowered. News of the discovery spread through the camp, so we found a new genie legacy. Oh. We found a movement speed sextant. We've got scrolls. We've got a bunch of states to make. Let's get our states made. We've got estates. Got conversions to do. Settlers to get set up. Got lots of little things. Okay. Got more reforms to do. Let's make sure that we finish this off before we do any of that, though. The empire that was. Grand waterways snaking through the land bring life to the sandy soil. Golden cities that rise high above the ground, in which walk the wise and faithful, protected from the ravages of desert and foes alike by the arcane marvels wrought by lost wish magic. Relics full of splendor and secret powers which create truth from desire. All men are one under her peace and her plenty. All these things are whispered of in our stories, and 1,000 years we've dreamed of the glories. Soon, at last, Jinnaka will no longer be the empire that was. We become a theocracy alongside all of our subjects. We gain 20 devotion, we gain 50 admin power, we enact the Ardmayan Vizierate Tier 1 government reform. Our rulers and heirs will always be plain touched, and we will no longer be able to switch government type. We will not be able to make our rulers or heirs generals. We'll get missionary strength, mana regeneration, And if Ardamkurast or Karagalsmar is owned by one of our subjects, they cede the province to us. Well, it's one of them is owned by us, the other is owned by our subject. So we complete. Those borders are miserable. We don't actually have any way to make that a core, so what toy? Would you like to have Qasriga back? Because we can't actually hold it right now. And did we get new missions? Does not look like we did. Well, that's fine. Let's look at our government reforms. So we are an Ahriman Vizierate. We have missionary strength increased, more mana regeneration. So we have our internal and external mission here. Oh, we're going to get like 4 of these. So we need to pick our mission. We've got Tolerance to the True Faith, Manpower Recovery, Settler Chance. Because we don't have exploration or expansion, or a colonist, we can't do that. We have a mission on the high seas, balanced mission to give us devotion, commercial mission for more merchants and trade power, tempting, a mission of protection for more missionaries, and development from the missionary, prestige per development from the missionary. So that's probably what we're going to get. Do we have any more markets we can get to that we can transfer trade power from? Yeah, we can transfer trade power from Arakan or Kakam. Well, Kakam, not really, so we can transfer it from Arakan. So we might go, I think we'll go commercial mission. I like money, so commercial mission, another free merchant. We'll camp you right here in our clan. Transfer trade power down. Although religion's the driving force of our ambitions, it's undeniable our state is dependent on the might of the coin. Our education. We have Educations of the Theurge, which gives the House of Exorcism loyalty, state experience modifiers. Who are our estates? House of Wisdom is our clerics. House of Might is our nobles. House of Wealth is our merchants. House of Glory is our adventurers. House of Exorcism is our mages. And House of the Adin is our slave soldiers. Well. Okay. So we can make our mages stronger. We can make ideas cheaper and institution spread better in the true faith. That's probably good. We can get better missionary strength. We're going to have to convert everything. So actually, I think we'll want education of the missionaries. Court gives us cheaper advisors. That gives us longer lifespan. Kind of want our shitty current king to die, our current priest to die, so let's go there. And our religious doctrine. We have strengthening the clergy privileges, gives us lower war exhaustion, better House of Wisdom loyalty, more religious unity, cheaper admin tech, more tax modifier from temples and cathedrals and less unrest, and more diplomats. I think I will take the temple rights. And that is all of our reforms. So we have established. We've established something. We're not gonna be able to take these for a bit. It's okay. We have a little devastation still. It'll recover. What's our force limit now? Our force limit's 18 now. So we're way better than we were. We're making a lot of money. We can't build any more buildings in these provinces. Because these have that. I see. Those might go away soon. As far as conversions, let's do the places that are going to give us the most unity. We need an heir. We're going to grab the best heir we get. We can't see what our heir is. No. Let's take an heir from... Let's gain devotion. 236 Absame. Hex yeah. And a new plain touch commander. Okay, now we can build the buildings. And for trade... There we go. Rivals. Badabi. How many do we need? We need at least one. Well, I'll take Badabi. I don't need to go hog wild. As far as our estates, we have a lot of land we could hand out. So we're going to look for goodies. How do we stand on governing capacity? Plenty. We don't need more. Cheaper missionaries. Yeah, we have a bit of missionary work, so let's get some cheaper missionaries. And some enforced unity of the faith. And we'll grab religious culture. You know what? We'll also grab donation rights. That should be okay. Excellent. Now, as far as we go here in the House of Might, strong duchies, and monthly military power. We can get the monthly admin power. Let's. And in the House of Wealth, we'll get the Diplo power. And monetary policy. And we can give them some financial demand. House of Glory will give generous quest rewards. The rest of this I don't think we'll need a lot. Actually, we'll give them licensed adventurers. That doesn't really affect us too much. House of Exorcism. Nothing I care much about. And the House of the Adine. I think we're good. Okay. Yay! We can come here and let's immediately have our people studying transmutation. Get back into the just turning mana and admin into gold chain. And now we need our admin techs up so we can get a settler. So we don't have as much story, but we're sort of post-game. But I think we did pretty well. I think things are looking pretty okay. We have this button we can push. Which gives new transitions and ambitions. Okay, so we do have we take more territory, we just inherit everyone immediately. So we don't need to spend Diplo points. We just need 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 8 more provinces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we take everything north of here, we just get everyone. Okay. Maybe we should have been a little bit more greedy about taking things. I didn't realize that was an option. If we were a little bit more greedy, we could have secured everything. It's fine. It's fine. What's your Miltech Badabi? 6 still? When we hit Miltech 7, we can go after Badabi and we can take stuff there. That counts. No, it doesn't. Well, it's fine. It's fine. We'll have to do a lot of settlement anyway. So that conversion is done. I'm gonna keep my army maintained for a bit. And hire people if I can. Get some inflation reduction. And some low-price Diplo rep from Jalani of the Deep Desert. Love a low-price person. And our heir is a water plane touched. Trade efficiency. So yeah, we're getting genie-blooded rulers. Getting the genie cult growing more effectively. Oh, and we probably have spells to cast. Yes, we're at our max mana. We're not going to have anything especially nice to do here, so we'll just dump it into random points. There we go. Goodbye, mana. So, learn your lesson from me. If you're doing this, make sure you have 25 pieces of tribal land before you reform, so that you can fully reform and get the new missions. That's okay, it's only 1500. We have like 330 years of the game to go. So that's plenty of time. Does mean that we're going to have a bit of enforced chill while we level up our tech a little more. Those trade ideas have been so good. What is our trade income looking like compared to our tax income? We're getting 3.4 tax, 3.1 trade. So we're almost making more from trade than we're making from tax. We aren't yet, but I think we will in time. It was some pretty good production. Our capital is only 11. It didn't actually get everything. So did our development spread out evenly? Yeah, kind of spread out across this kind of heartland. So we got 12, we got 9. I'd rather if it had all kind of sat into Qasriga, but that's okay. Let's see. To develop up Renaissance, we will need a nearby province to have. Not so sad. The Age of Monsters is coming to an end. Never even got anything in the Age of Monsters. That's fine. What is a green tide? We don't know. Okay, everything here is about the same. I wish I had another missionary, but it's okay. These are gonna go quick, so. In fact, I'll probably automate the missionary and let the missionary just work its way down. They're all gonna be the same anyway. And then we're going to have our rebels relatively soon. Ali here can handle it. Our lovely plain-touched commander. Not really a great place to go to camp. I think I'm gonna take a step over here and just hope it's not Shintakamura where the rebels arise. These Hababzar can see the funny side at the edge of a sword. I'll take the absent merchant, it's fine. We're getting so much transferred in and collected. The strict dictatorial attitudes of Mukarib Zamam Nakomo have provoked the peasants and burghers, who demand that bans on privileges and superstitious practices is lifted. The rage exuded from these simpletons bans will in time be beneficial to all. It's not something to be tempered with. We can lose devotion and gain loyalty, or we can lose prestige and gain loyalty. I think we need the House of Wealth's loyalty. I don't want to piss off the House of Wisdom, so... Because the House of Wisdom gives me taxes, so... Also, I should have done it the other way, because I can just throw money at the House of Wisdom. There isn't really anything I can do to appease the House of Wealth, which hurts our trade efficiency. Is there something that doesn't cost crown land I can throw at you? Yeah, we can... There. Patronage of the Arts. You'll see the funny side. Oh, we're saying not a lot. I'm not sure that they're saying anything funny about this. Okay, we get our workshops. This will let us get our next idea group. And the idea group we're getting is absolutely 100% expansion. Because we need to colonize more of this. Otherwise, we won't be able to push this button. Oh, those islands also count. Well, then we'll get those instead of getting the border with Badabi before we're unified. We can go down here, we can grab those islands. More heretics converted. The music chilled out, but we're expecting the rebels. Any day now. If they pop up here, we are slightly annoyed. But no, they went there. Okay. That's relatively close. Can we get there before they take control of the province? I don't think so. Well, that is so unfortunate. For them, ha ha ha. They're all about what are you all about? Virginia cult. Hababzat. Hababzar is the name given to the collection of exorcism magics and spiritual rituals that predate the development of the Rinta Seekers. Practitioners of the Hababzar have no single object of veneration, instead worshipping local places of spiritual significance. I see. So they're like just a little local indigenous religion, and we're trying to be like, no, the place isn't powerful. The genies are powerful, and the genies give the place its power. And they're like, stop telling us that. And then they're rising up. Well, we get some trade manipulation. As these chi choke points where trade can go one way or another, the ability to gain an edge there is key to the growth of our income. Trade steering increases. And with it, we get the City of Wonder. It might behoove us to dev up Renaissance, because we're gonna need it. Yeah, we're in 50% Renaissance embrace issue. So we're gonna save a lot if we actually just embrace the Renaissance, which requires deving up our capital. I probably should have done that instead of gaining the other thing. It's fine. But yeah. Anyway. At its height, Artem Karast was the most wondrous city in Sarhal. Now, between its domed roofs ran a complex system of aqueducts and waterways, pulling water from deep underground using power bestowed by Artemia itself. From a distance, the city would shimmer like a mirage, disguising its presence from pirates and invaders, if they did not already know its location. When Artemia left this plain, the magic that kept the waters flowing disappeared with her. The sands began to creep over the city, swallowing it whole. For those who dreamed of Jinnaka returning to its former glory, the great city being lost to the desert is a tragic tale. But it's not lost anymore. It's growing ever more powerful and beautiful. Can we expand infrastructure? It's at 15 development. Okay. Let's make development even cheaper. And start working our way towards that level, that next level. Which gives us a little bit of the Renaissance. When we have the Renaissance there, then we can spread the Renaissance and spend money to embrace it and get our tech faster. I don't want to fall behind on Miltech though, so we're going to wait until we get to Miltech 7 to go much further. Because my vassals are all sitting at Miltech 7. If they combine against me, we could have problems. We don't need our army standing upright, so we can put them down. And we can afford even better. We can't quite afford a level 2 advisor. That's lovely. We're getting, nearly plus 4 ducats with a full advisor suite. Things are going well. We have some genie cult powers available. I'm not sure that there's anything that we're interested in right now. We'll take a look. So we've got movement speed, we've got land attrition, construction. We're not building anything yet, but that's good to remember. Not at war. We're capped out on stability. And we don't really have unrest. So we'll wait until we're ready to build something, and then we'll fire off that construction cost reduction. Get some more mana. Save a little bit of money. New trade research. We cannot allow anyone to stand in the way of progress. We can kill the Master of the Mint. I think I'll just take the prestige hit. We're going to be gaining some passive prestige from our missionaries for a while anyway. Expand infrastructure, get that lower. What can we build here? Production efficiency, marketplace. I kind of want the marketplace. Our trade power here is so good. We can also get more production efficiency. I'm kicking myself at not noticing that I'd want more land. I'm like, oh, well, we're going to actually hit the end of the campaign. It's fine. No, I could have squeezed a little bit further, taken a little bit more, been a little greedier. And then we just need those. And it's fine. Oh, we can treat with the myrrh. We have 1 discounted Myrrh trait left. We can conduct surveys to make them like us more. We can mint currency, or we can seed waters above and below. Let's mint currency. We already have an inflation reduction advisor. And push towards Renaissance. We'll fall behind a little in Miltech. We just have to remember not to be overly aggressive. Okay, we're halfway there already. Sale Crown Land. Lose 10% land. I think that's going to put us down too low. It is a lot of money, though. But let's not be greedy. Let's get additional trade power in the capital and roll in the money that comes with it. We probably don't need to focus military anymore. Yeah. Hurts from a military perspective, but that's just because Isman is trash. Apsame is so much better. And Isman is 71, so Isman should die soon. I'm not going to worry about Diplo annexation cost because we're going to get our subjects for free eventually. I'll get that sweet production in the capital, pushing towards the Renaissance. And colonialism is here. I don't think we're going to dev up colonialism. If we need colonialism, we'll take the hunt for the New World and look for a place that we can set up a little colonial nation to spread colonialism to us. I also think we don't need to help. Well, let's keep our vassals topped off. I am a little nervous. I mean, they're all actually perfectly loyal, so maybe we can be a little greedy. Not keep our subjects happy with us. It's not like we're going to have to worry about them getting mad as we annex one after the other, because they're all going to come together when we reform into the full nation. Also, if I had been going around claiming more territory, it would have given them the chance to claim more territory, which probably would have been good for us. But it's fine. We can settle our own lands. It's fine. Just remember to learn your lesson from my mistake. Remember, I got too greedy to reform, and it slowed me down significantly here. You can be less greedy to reform, more greedy to take tribal land, and when you reform, you'll just get everything here for free. And that's just loveliness. It also means that the increased reform speed isn't actually that useful here. We probably should have taken other options, because the increased reform speed eventually runs us out of reforms before we get where we want to be. There's some devastation here. But it doesn't seem to be coming from Keiko, so we don't need to worry about sending an army. I kinda... On the other hand, we should build a navy. What's our naval force limit look like? $18. Hey! I know how to resolve this problem. Do judgment. There's no problems as relates to stability that murdering several thousand of your own soldiers in a ritualistic sacrifice to the genies can't resolve. Oh, they have a revolt. Oh, they can handle their own revolt. That's not going to be a problem. So yeah. Let's start with 5 cogs. That way, if we need to ship our army around, we can at least do it in a couple of sections. 5,000 should be more than enough to handle any native revolts along these. Any tribal revolts. I shouldn't call them natives because they are our people. These are all Koryadaga. We are Koryadaga, so... But still, it should be fine. We do have an expensive edict, but we're still using it, actually. Look at that! 61% of the way there. It is an expensive edict, but we can more than afford it. We're making 5 ducats. Actually, we could get a better advisor sitting in there. But we're saving money, so let's not. We are saving money, and we will need that money for a settler after we've devved up Renaissance, and I will absolutely forget. We have an ability we can purchase in the Age of Monsters. OMG. It's going to go away in a couple years. We're not going to actually be colonizing. We're hopefully not going to be a war. So this is not going to actually give us anything. Let's get a combat bonus in our capital's terrain. So if we have to fight someone, we can fight in a coastal desert and fight better. That's going to go away in like 5 years. So it's really not useful. And we're not planning on any wars during that time, so yeah. If this came sooner and we were already colonizing, I've done the bonus colonization bit, but it's fine. What are we going to have available to us in the Age of Unraveling? Rising religion, foothold in Aelantir, convert provinces, converting another nation, large city, present on 2 continents. Well. I think it's all Sarhal here. That's Sarhal. That's Sarhal. That's Hellas. We might, and this is open. I mean, we're not going to do it immediately because we have this to do, but we might end up sending colonists up to some of this. And that would put us on 2 continents. So we might get some things in the Age of Unraveling, but I think we're going to be looking at really being more powerful later in the game. After all, we're reviving the genies. Ah, that's a problem. What happened? Okay, I think I'm back. Did it screw with stream? No, it does not look like it screwed with stream. Okay. Oof. Something weird went. Okay. I think I'm going to group up everyone here in Barashadashul here, as far as getting our navy assembled. And now, none of these are inland seas. This is the coast, so we get some slight benefit to galleys. We're kind of in the age of heavy ships already. But heavy ships are expensive. Half a ducat. But we make a lot of money. Let's go ahead and make like 2 heavy ships. We can only afford 1 right now, but we'll make 2 of them. So we do have like a heavy ship backbone on our fleet. And then we'll fill out the balance with light ships and galleys. Because we will, and then we'll pair the heavies and lights for like 1 fleet to go relatively deep in the ocean. Oh, most of this is coast. Like, this is coast, that's coast, this is all coast. So, this is coast, this is all coast. This is all coast. So, like, this is the only area we'd probably be fighting that isn't coast. The merchant family from Ardamcost has come to greatly expand our long-range trade with Araclin. By successfully establishing themselves in both Araclin and the Araclino hinterlands, they've come to be very influential. So we can discover a bunch of stuff. Let's do that. Hi, Discovery. Look at that. We can see Hylas. And we can see the command. That's not shabby. We don't have enough merchants. We can't reach the stuff we discovered, but we've discovered some of it. We could theoretically get another merchant in Kakan. From Kakan, we could push over into the Gulf of Rahen, and the Gulf of Rahen pushes back down to Yetzlok, where we can secure things again. That's an interesting potentiality. But we need more merchants to do that. As far as trade is concerned, if it goes up there, we lose it. So I think we do want to push out of Araclian. May as well push it all straight down. If more was leaving Yetzlok in our direction, then I might push it over that way. But no. We're getting 3 out of there. Straight to us. Barely anything is going further, though, so I think where it's good to have that 3.8 coming towards us. Trade value increases every node it goes through, so if we had better control throughout, like Bomkepta and the Gulf of Rahen, it would, and Kekam, it would be better to take Araclian up to Kekam, over to Rahen, down to Yetzlok, to Bakipta, and then over to us. That would give us more money than just pushing it directly. But because I have, like, no control up here, and I don't really have control here, then it's just better to pull it out. There is the argument to try, though, because, like, most of this in Kakan goes into Rahen. And then 7 of Rahen comes down. So right now we're getting 0.81 here. We could push 0.81 more up here. No, I don't think we'd get. I don't think we'd get more out. I think there'd be enough pulled out because like half of that's going to stay in KCOM, so that 0.81 is going to become like 0.4 plus whatever its changes, and then would come here, and like 2/3 would stay there. I think if more was leaving the Gulf of Rahin, it might be worth it, but I'm not even going to try checking. It's not going to be. Okay, we can build production efficiency in the capital. I think that's better than the ship right now, because it's going to give us even more money. Well, that's in Rajah Sahil. Rajah Sahil can do it on their own. They should be fine. How many people are you gonna get? 7,000. We no longer have enforced unity of the faith. Oh well. That's because we've converted everyone except for that one. Oh, that's one of our vassals, isn't it? Yeah, so we just started sending our missionaries down into our vassals' territory. Okay, so we have converted our lands. Good for us. Okay, we've got that up. We can expand our infrastructure again. Make it marginally cheaper. We're almost at the Renaissance. Maybe 200 more power split between everything will be enough to cap us off. And then if I have to develop the colonialism, it will not be in the capital because the capital is going to be too expensive. It's going to be somewhere relatively cheap. 63, 58, 61, 51. It's going to be up here in Labagred, probably, if we have to get colonialism going. This savannah. I mean, everything has a development cost increase, so that's not great. Oh well, it is what it is. $99. So close. We're so close to the Renaissance. And with it, the ability to start catching up on tech. We've got that +6. I don't want to get too ahead of the curve because of everything, but if we're making +6, that is enough that we're gonna swap over to this +2 Miltech guy to catch up on Miltech a little bit faster. The Renaissance has spread. We can remove that edict. The statesman Giuliani has perished. He was very cheap. That's sad. And our estate has become proficient in transmutation. I don't think that's enough for us to be able to transmute into gold. No, we need renowned. But it's a step in the right direction. And we can just turn right around and have them study more transmutation. And while we're here, plant growth will give us goods produced. Everywhere we have a plant good. We'll pay to reduce the corruption. That's fine. And we'll spam guidance. Lovely. So we're losing money because we're paying to get rid of corruption, basically. Yeah, that's so much. And our level 2 advisor is so much, but it should be fine. That corruption will go away, and then we'll be okay. I hope. Well, we should be. We're making pretty sizable per month income. It is really just the corruption, and the corruption's bleeding away. Oh, I see Batabi is getting conquered by those folk. What has happened here? Tell me about your little war. Attacker against Baraga in the Wegabiga Conquest. I see. So it looks like these folk attacked Baraga, Badabi got involved. Uwankalbashi rolled over Badabi to kick them out of the war. And now Uwankalbashi is probably going to come up and save Baraga. And then we can... Eventually we'll get involved. We're still turning inward. When we're more involved, we can... I don't know. I still kind of want to grab all of this, but there's another mission tree in our future. And when we get that tree, we will see what it involves. But I'm guessing it's going to involve at least reunifying the old genie lands. Possibly some sort of interior development to actually return the genies to the world. That feels like an Anbennar mission tree. You can be mothballed until we need you, though. That's an expensive boat. Okay, next month we should be rid of the corruption and the corruption expenses. Yep. Excellent. So my plan, as far as settlers are concerned, is native trading to get that assimilation bonus. I think that's going to be our best option. I think the assimilate... Because we're not on the Serpent Spine, I'm pretty sure this assimilation bonus is going to work out to be a faster colonization than just the settler increase. And then we'll go from there. We don't have a need for the genie cult power right now, so we can relax. So, our next question is embracing the Renaissance, which is just a matter of money. And as it expands, it should cost less. How rapidly is it expanding? About 1 a month. There was a revolt. It's gone now. I think by the time it's time for us to click these buttons, we'll have gained enough money to recover the Renaissance. As we enter the Age of Unraveling. With the rediscovery of Alantir comes the secrets of the precursor elves, and with them the secrets of the world. From east to west, scholars seek to unravel the mysteries of the past, bringing about an age of exploration and reformation. Vuvari has entered a golden era. We have converted at least 10 provinces to our fate. We have a core province with 30 development. We already have 2 of our 3 that we would need for a golden era. None of those are interesting to us, so that's not going to happen. We probably won't get a colonial empire. We might force convert another nation to our religion. In fact, I think that's what we'll end up doing with Badavi when we're ready for that war. I think we'll fight them, we'll force convert them, and we'll take a little bit of land. But we'll mostly force convert. We are a theocracy. We do worship the genies, after all. Well, we do want everything. We don't want to have too much expansion. And if we can force their religion, that's even better. But that's a ways away. What's not a ways away is that we're going to be gaining splendor fairly swiftly. So what will we have? We'll have resistance to reformation. That's not going to impact us. Blockades on siege. We want that. Cheaper wars against other religions. That's the entire world, so we're going to probably want religious wars. Trade power propagation. It's probably good. Institutional spread is definitely going to be good. Prestigious conversion is fine. Adventure armies, cheaper heavy and light ships is very nice. In fact, this might be the first one I get because I want a larger navy, and that's expensive. So we need 800 splendor to purchase. We are getting 5 splendor a month. So 800 by 5. 8 by 5 is 40, 16 by 5 is 80, 160 months, a little over 10 years. So the Age of Unraveling might actually be our age. And we get quality ivory. Lovely. Age of Witch Kings. Age of Artificers. It is slightly annoying that our vassals aren't going to be able to expand further, but it's okay. We'll get those settlers, do that ourselves. And we are approaching another reform. Our military doctrine. I think that's going to end up being just basic human. So we don't have, like, anything but humans. Black powder innovation gives us combat abilities. Unfaltering Tradition gives us Army Tradition and better Cav to Infantry ratio. I think we'll go Black Powder. I have a nagging feeling that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take the Black Powder innovations alongside our Wish Magic. It makes our infantry better, and already that's all we have. We should get probably better stuff, but we should improve our military layout. Yeah. Let's get that extra. So let's actually build cavalry for the first time this game. Standing army of 20,000 people. Not too shabby. And how's the religious conversions coming down in our vassals? Rijal Sahil is entirely converted. We've almost got Watoy converted, and we've almost got Emo Bariz converted. So that's lovely. Well, I want to take out loans to just embrace the Renaissance. Let's not until we're getting to the point where we can get the next tax. Then we'll, if we haven't naturally earned enough money, we'll take out loans to fill out the difference. I say as I proceed to spend money on that last cav to have the 16-4. We're having some rebels up on the island. There's lots of rebellions going on the mainland. So what happens when you don't embrace the genie? It's Mega Raider lurking. Hello, welcome. We were overly ambitious in how fast we reformed out of tribes, and it's actually slowed us down. I didn't realize that we could reform again if we had enough spaces. So we have to wait. We have to get some more tech, and then we have to secure colonists, and then we can settle our own territories. And click a button that will instant annex all of our vassals and make us into the Great Vizierate. And then we need to settle the rest of the lands around the Grand Deep Desert. That's right, we're having a pretty successful little time as Qasriga, all things considered. I'm just impatient as I always am. Well, we may as well finish this off and get our increased merchants. So we'll get fast negotiations, which gives us even more caravan power. It gives us another merchant. And we have the spot to send that merchant. In Kekam. This merchant isn't going to give us much money at the end of the day. But right now, none of that money in Kekam is coming to us. And if we push it, when Hanad pushes a little bit out, it's going to go over to the Gulf of Rahen, where about a quarter of it is going to come down to Yetchuk, and then about half of that will come down to our territory. And when it comes to our territory, about half of it is going to come to us. So half of a quarter of 5 ducats. Or 2 ducats. So a quarter of 2 ducats is half a ducat. Another quarter of that is about hardly anything. Oh, there it is. 0.82. So we're spending 82, half to 4.1, round that to 4, half to 2.2, quartered to 0.05. So we're good. So we sent that person all the way up to Kikam to get us another 5 pennies of trade income coming into our home. A little silly. But it's actually going to be a little more, though, because the money does increase each time it steps through a trade node. So I wasn't paying attention. I didn't see what we were collecting before. We could select other options, though. Like, not in Yeshlok, but here in Kacom. That's not a very significant amount we're making. So it might behoove us to establish communities. So when we go up there, we get better relations. And then Baba Kemba over here, we're bringing people through, so everything else is moving money directly to us or getting collected, so that's fine. And yeah, we lost a bit doing that. Not that much. I think it's okay. You know what? That's not enough to cause us problems for Crown Land, so we'll swing it. And now we can embrace the Renaissance. And embracing the Renaissance makes all of our techs go from 35% more expensive to 20% cheaper. Which means that we're about ready to get that point that's going to give us the colonist. That was worth it. That was worth 5% crown land. We can see that sees back crown land over time. It's fine. The biggest reason, though, that I want to reform and take things is hopefully that will bring the deep deserts into Qasriga, which will make my name, like, cover everything instead of just being this tiny little corner here. It's such a silly-looking name. We don't have anything to do with Genie Cult power on. We're not building anything. We're not at war. We're at max stability, so there's no reason to do a mass human sacrifice. So we're good. Celebrations of celebration. Ishma is dead. Finally. Long live Abbasme the First of Kasara Akun. How old are you? 50. God damn it. Still so much better. Let's go ahead and... We're still recovering devotion, so let's take a talented theologian. Our heir In honor of being here lurking and not a bot, Mega Raider, you get to be the heir. And you're even better than a Apsame, only by 1. Also water plane touched. Let's see. Mage organization goes to the religion, can appear here, which gives us missionary strength. Or we can welcome the guilds and get a ruler experience modifier. Let's keep the House of Wisdom in charge. We are a theocracy. Oh, we need a new cult. Which genie shall we follow? Well, we still have only the one. So there we go. We have low crowd land. Well, that's easy enough. We raise the army's morale. And then we seize land from the estates and kill anyone who says that they don't like that. Oh, and before that, we can get the Black Powder innovations. While others lie content with their civilization's achievements, it's up to humanity to overshadow the fallen empires of old, leaving behind the belief that nothing can ever be greater than them. The continued use and development of gunpowder weaponry has granted humanity equal footing against all that might threaten it. While others only seek to reclaim what grandeur they've lost, the only way is forward, marching atop the ashes of failed civilizations. Mega Raider has tragically died. Let us pray for his soul and hope for a new heir. Let's go ahead and let the merchants bribe us to adopt their child. Goodness gracious, this child is garbage. I should... Does anyone want to be our garbage child? Does anyone want to be our garbage child and garbage heir? Okay. Comrade Cassie, you are the absolute garbage child and the absolute garbage heir that we have let the merchants bribe us into declaring the successor. A 351. You're 35. May you please die in a hunting accident. In the meantime, we'll get our taxation up and expand our stuff outside of our grand capital slightly. Though magic across Halan takes many forms and is governed by many rules and traditions, one taboo persists everywhere: the use of sapient beings for experiments. In the Lake Federation, the sin brought down by the Tyrant Queen. In Canor, it's banned by the Magisterium by punishment of summary execution. Despite this, we're sure that we learn more, seeing the effects of our spells on more appropriate subjects. That's a preposterous proposal. Get out of our sight. We gain 1 prestige. That's the second time this game that someone has come along and been like, maybe we can experiment on living people. And we've just been like, no. And then nothing of significance happened. Like the first time we lost exactly 1 manpower because we just killed the dude. And this time we got exactly 1 prestige for saying no. And that is all of our vassal lands converted. So until we start settling, we're not going to have any problems. Oh, and I forgot, we raised our army for a reason. Look over here at this one particularist who has risen up in Qasriga. And look over here, as the last of our old commanders, Bashi Birir, leads 20,000 troops with the newest of gunpowder weaponry to kill this dude's, like, personal gang of people who are like, no, don't take my property away. Private property is sacred. Rah! Take some autonomy. You're gonna have local autonomy in this province that is nothing and just some garbage. Oh, excuse me. Now we have the state-of-the-art in gunpowder weaponry. We didn't even have the state-of-the-art in gunpowder weaponry yet. That's silly. It happens, though, that people do that. Unlike in the game, though, in the real world, when, like, 12 guys show up at the Capitol with guns and go, rawr, open the Cheesecake Factory, let everyone die of the plague. The government goes, okay. But if 1,000 people march with signs and say, please tell the police to stop murdering black people for no reason, then they descend upon them and throw tear gas at them left and right. Grr. The rise of the House of Adin. Manning artillery is dirty, heavy, menial work. As a result, the far-sighted Bashidi potentates who so eagerly adopted the technology promptly handed over its operation to troops of enslaved workers. These crews enjoyed better living conditions and perks than their domestic or agricultural brethren, and found themselves increasingly prized and indispensable on the battlefield. An Adin, or servant, as these men came to be euphemistically addressed, could through sheer talent find themselves on close terms with nobility or even royalty. The more that the warfare came to demand on expert deployment of gunpowder, the more influential and necessary the Adin became, not merely because of the gunners themselves, but also the drilling, logistical, and supply networks attached to them. Even the court in Buvar came to understand the value of such a trained slave corps, mimicking their trade partners in distant worlds. New House of Adin privileges and mechanics have been enabled. So, let's take a look at the House of Adin. We can get less estate loss, drill loss. Yes, please. We can get artillery combat ability at a increase of cost. Get better heavy ships. Can get more sailors. Get better infantry fire, which lets us buy artillery from the estate. Better estate siege. None of this costs crown power. I am loving empowering my slave soldiers. I see no way this can possibly go wrong. You know what? We can give... Oh, the Adin are merfolk. Ooh. Well, that's even worse. They're merfolk slaves. Let's get war exhaustion reduction with House of Adin families. Let's get that artillery bit. There we go. What's your loyalty? Your loyalty's trending towards 25%, and you're mad. It's fine. It's just a penalty to morale. Well, hopefully it'll be fine. So this, we can spend a bunch of money to give them loyalty. Yeah, that is pretty rough. But I don't know that it's 190 right now when I'm not planning on war for a bit. We'll figure it out. Okay, half cost cast iron motors. Yeah, it doesn't look like much of that. It didn't look like much of that was coming from us, though. So, like, drilling and shipboard complements are hurting things. Yeah, well, I'm not planning on starting any wars anytime soon. We have vassals, we have no borders, we are focused inward. It is something I'm going to address, but I'm not taking out a bunch of loans right now to do it. We have settlements to do and things like that. Like, you're not wrong. I'm just not going to worry about it at this particular moment. I don't know what an LF Fasol is. Please don't give me spoilers. Okay. I haven't played Qasriga before, so I don't know what that is. Okay. We've got the expansion ideas we need. I see. So in other words, I've been spoiled that there's someone named Aleph Soul who's going to come fuck me up at some point. I'm being a little mean. I'm sorry. My girlfriend heard the tone of the voice and immediately walked out here and went, lunch, this. So I hadn't even realized I was hungry until she did that, which is probably why I'm being snippy. In any case, there's not really anything I can do to make them better but spend money. So it's a matter of equilibrium. Is there anything I can do to up their equilibrium? Choice mounts I can do. Control of the army. I'll anger the House of Might even more. Everyone's mad at me. It's fine. We're not going to worry about it. I have no idea. I have no idea if our slave soldiers can take over the government in the same way that the that the Mamluks took over the Abbasids. That's probably why that's why I'm joking. Like, oh, there's nothing bad that can come from giving the slave army all this power, because we had a slave army like this in history. They were the Mamluks. They were part of the Abbasid Sultanate. And as an EU4 player, you can be like, ah, Abbasids. Or Mamluks, we know who they are. Biraga? Sure. You can be an ally for now. Don't cause us problems. If we have to betray you, we will. This is the first potential threat of having to fight something other than ourselves or the little demons of the wastes. The Seljuks were like that before the Mamluks? Okay. I don't know much about the Seljuks, but I will trust. The moral of the story is slave armies. Nothing ever goes wrong with them. Oh, being hungry means it's noon. That's... Who is revolting? One of our vassals. Oh, Amobar is good. But yeah, it's noon, which means I need to take my colonoscopy prep medication. So, one moment. It takes a moment to prep the colonoscopy prep. If you haven't done this before, you will. You will grow old and it will happen to you. Ah. It's not that big of a deal. It's just for the weaker, for longer than you are advised to take the medication on the over-the-counter drug. You have to take an over-the-counter laxative. That's relatively low power in order to prep your bowels for a colonoscopy. It all makes sense. They're shoving the camera up your butt. They need to have it not have things in the way. It's just very funny to me that there's this great big warning, do not take for more than 7 days. And it's like, ah, yes, for the 11 days before my colonoscopy, I have to take this. Fine, I'm not allowed to eat prunes. The real annoyance is things like not being able to eat jalapenos or sunflower seeds or things like that. Yeah. We don't have much to do, so let's go ahead and watch Amubarız kill those rebels. But we are coming along the process of recovering from the error of our early unification. We rushed down here and did not notice that we need 25 owned provinces to finish the Reformation that gets us our next level of our mission tree. So we have to go out of our way to take expansion ideas to start settling to take these other places. I mean, I suppose we could just integrate one of our subjects down here to get to that point. But when we hit that button, we'll allegedly integrate all of our subjects for free. So we may as well have the patience to, settle the territory properly. Maybe fight the last couple of vehicles sitting around. We're going to save these for later, though, because that's going to get us into a war. I don't think that's the oversight for these tags. The oversight for these tags is that that there's no real way to monitor the state of genie legacies. That's the big one. And honestly, that's the only one that really bothers me. That's the one that we had to enter debug mode to hop through. Like, not having a colonist for this tag, it's fine. It's pretty obvious to me that we really were supposed to stay as a tribe a little longer. So that's perfectly fine. Oh, Baraga wants to give us money. Thank you, Baraga. And we can build something, which means we can use our genie cult powers. But yeah, like, it's not that big of a deal. Whereas Light Rock costs 2. Light Rock's less construction cost time. I like the taxation idea. Let's check our trade. Oh yeah. Getting more trade in Luxera is even better. There we go. And we're doing pretty well money-wise. Like, we have a level 2 advisor. We're getting +4. That's not too bad. A general hospital. Ooh, we could set up a general hospital here. We can get more manpower and manpower recovery. Let's cap off our devotion. I think it's fine. Yeah, where do we go? Like, I'm not interested here, but I think we get this for clean borders. We just come down this way. We're gonna need to take everything down to here and these two islands if I want to avoid getting the border with Badabi until after unification. And that will give us time to hopefully find a way to get them to be less mad. Because right now we have minus 10% army morale. Just made it worse for ourselves by giving them more influence. You know what? It's going to be 15. It's only going to be 15. What's your balance at? Your balance is at 35%. So let's wait, see what happens when they hit 35%. Again, we're not going to have a war for a bit. It's going to be fine. Bakshito wants privileges. We can gain 15 loyalty for the House of Wealth in exchange for a little bit of land we can take back in a bit. And 2 base tax. I love it. I mean, everyone's a little bit mad because we took back land. You're not. You're just mad about drilling. And I'm not even taking advantage of the drilling. That was, maybe, a little foolish. But you know what? We can take advantage of it now. We should be taking advantage of the drilling. Naval Doctrine. We can spend money, get maintenance. We haven't actually built our fleet properly, so I don't think any of this is super useful. So we're not going to bother. Not for a bit. We really just need the one colonist, so it's going to be fine. My gosh. Oh my goodness, there's another merchant along expansion ideas? Wait, what are we going to get from the combination? Trade efficiency and steering from the merchant navy. Oh. Oh goodness. Yeah, that'll help our vassal loyalty. Not that we're having any problem with it. We haven't had any rebellious vassal problems since our enchurchification. It's just a little chuckle for me. We're gonna have another merchant. What are we even gonna do with another merchant? Send someone to the Gulf of Rahen? Okay, if we have someone... We have someone back here in Bia, don't we? Oh, we moved them already. They're too far away. Hopefully, when we get that next merchant, we can send them up to the Gulf of Rahen. That might make it worth us to send everything up the coast and back down again. Our long run of +3 stability is gone. We'll have to wait until we can kill a bunch of our slaves to raise our stability again. In the meantime, Luxetta, get some more production efficiency. This is such a chill tag. It really is just such a chill tag. I don't feel like I'm super powerful, but I also don't feel like I'm super pressured. This is just the relaxation I need. I know if I start going expansion, we're gonna run into problems, but we don't need to for a while. We're building up, hoping that whatever we get to will eventually will be strong enough to resist. And there goes our problems from the House of Adine. It is gone, we don't need to worry about it. And once again, our mages want to experiment on people. It's because we're not killing them anymore. Before we reformed our government, we just killed them when they asked about it. Now, we say go away, and then they come back later and like, can we experiment on people now? See, we get this in 25, so 2 years. For lunch, they all decided to have a thing I can't have in my colonoscopy prep. So they brought me this lovely bowl of ravioli that is, like, made out of paper instead of plastic for some reason. And the paper is crumbling into the ravioli. It's probably better for the environment, but it is a little unpleasant to get bits of paper in my teeth unexpectedly. I think it's time we continue working on our navy. Our traders died. Okay, we get our trader back. Pike and shot? Yes, please. And then we're going to be having to consider if we want to tech up colonialism. Dev up, rather. If we do, it's going to be here. This is our least bad place to tech up stuff. That's going to be the same. That's going to be the same, but we don't have them yet. So we have those savannas, but we have a savanna up here that we already own. And it's closer to the capital, so it's going to be faster to spread colonialism to the capital and reduce the cost of adopting. In the long term, it's probably a good idea because it's going to give us a high development province. A discount on colonialism. And the discount on all the texts in the future. I'm just not sure that I want to spend the points on it right now. I certainly don't until we're going colonizing. I will say, of note, playing this tab, I did find some legacies when I settled. If I were rebuilding the legacies myself, what I would do is I'd see if I don't know if you can do hidden province modifiers, but if you can, I would scatter them randomly in the region so that someone would know that if they just migrated to every space, they'd be guaranteed to get them all. I think that's the big ambiguity. That way, that also gives you the, well, make sure you take all the tribal land and let your, friends down here take all their tribal land, because then someone's going to have all the legacies. Problem solved. And then you don't have to, cheat your way through utter domination. Okay, at this point we don't need the devotion, so we may as well get the free little benefits. It's fine. And then here... House of Exorcism's mad, House of Might's mad. Are you actually mad? We should probably see if there's something we can give the House of Might to cheer them up. That doesn't cost land. There you go, have a right to counsel. And the House of Exorcism. We could just say, okay, fine, do your human experimentation. Sure. There you go. Have your human experimentation. Okay, let's get that second Carrick I wanted. And then we can go Barkline. Between lights and galleys. I just wanted some heavies. We don't need a lot of heavies, but just some. We're not really seeing any heavies in the area. So... That's right, we're getting all this without any ships patrolling. We're leaving money on the table, really. We have our army fully standing up and drilling, and we're still getting 3.5. Well, time to spend all of our money. So I feel that native trading is the correct answer. These are our people we're organizing. We're not going to murder them. If we need to fight people, we have 20,000 troops that we could just walk over and smack them. In the interim, send the colonists over, grow, and hope that it doesn't take too long. Yeah, but I'm not in the Serpent Spine. I'm not in the Serpent Spine. Like, what? It was 50% chance of an uprising? Oh no, there's 400 people. Oh, that's right. We do have the colonial privileges. We should look at those. Thank you for that reminder. I'm not gonna, like, worry about it. We have an army. Yes. I am aware. There's a lot of privileges, so I have to skim through them. There we go. We've got our charters. And we have... Actually, this is something I like more in EU5, if I'm entirely honest. A lot of the systems in EU5 I like more. EU5 has a lot of work that it needs to do. But when it's a finished game, it'll be better. It'll be better than this. Where's you? I'm sure I'm missing one. There! Pioneer Initiatives. Go, House of Glory. Get more settlers. House of Mages. You have something. Nope. Not that it matters. And then you have all your stuff you get House of the Hadin. So if you have something, you won't get it. Okay. There we go. So we're going to be seeing 35 a year, plus the settler chance, plus the chance of... It's important not to forget we have the native assimilation chance, which gives a big boost also. Like, I'm pretty sure it's actually going to come faster with this than with the other one. Do they? I thought I already grabbed it. Nope, they don't. Not I'm seeing, anyway. Probably because I'm not doing exploration. I'm doing expansion. That might be something that requires exploration. I've passed over it how many times? Establish mission in new lands. There we go. Okay. Sorry, I just really don't like backseating. I appreciate the reminders, but also, sometimes I need to make my own mistakes. No, you are right. I'm just... I've just eaten, so my hernia is starting to act up. Don't worry. Yeah, don't. You're not. You're not. I'm just very sensitive to this. It's a sign that I've had problems in the past that I'm this sensitive. I don't want to spend the money. I don't want to spend any of this, but I'll do that. The Makarib can do it. I'm just very hyper-stressed about everything all the time. It's the hernia. If you have constant pain, you tend to take everything personally. It happens. Oh, we could grant a new world charter. What is that going to do? More colonial range and an explorer? I'm not interested in the in an explorer right now. We have plenty we have to do around here. And what I am interested in, however, is spending all of this mana. Let's get plant growth. And let's get mana. Turn mana into mana. Beautiful. Oh. No, you're doing fine. I get a little stressed. we are getting close to the time when I make myself stop streaming from just fatigue, but we're not there yet. And the hernia is not acting up too much. But it probably will. Within the next hour, I'm probably going to just have to stop. And that's how it goes. As much as I would love to try to squeeze out 2 more hours, I can feel the signs from my body saying, you're going to have problems soon. Oh, lovely. Bashi has improved. Bashi's gonna die soon. Bashi has been around in that office for about 30 years. But I'm glad Bashi got something. Keep checking my mission tree as though it's going to change. Oh, our mission is settling. Some nobles down here. Well, Amubariz took care of them, so that's fine. If I'm very patient, I could send more settlers down here and then hand out the land and then annex everyone. But that's going to be about the same as colonizing what I need to push the button and then pushing the button and then going down there anyway. So it's probably not worth it. It's just a reminder. I've said it so many times, I'm a broken record. Don't be too aggressive in getting out of everything. I also wonder what's going to happen when we finished beating all the Keikal. Because there's one there, right? There's one here. There's none along here. Then down here, there's a third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth. What toy? What are you doing? Oh, hello. Due to the long time that many of our merchant families are spending in Gon communities, especially among the people of Nagon, they've begun to take the local specialties. Some have begun to market pepper from the area in Artem Karas at very high prices. It's an enterprise that's rapidly making them and the locals very rich. So we'll get like 20 years of increased local trade power and goods produced in Halamanent. Myrick will get that. We'll get a bunch of money. Once I will like us. Okay. Love free money. Especially when I'm trying to spend it on the boats. Let's get some galleys underway. We do want some. We're mostly gonna fight coastal if we have to. So much ship. I do once again want to apologize. You're not. I can tell you're not trying to backseat. I just got snippy. It happens. Spend Diplo power to hunt pirates. Why do we have pirates? Rawr. I know why we have pirates. We have no one patrolling our seas to stop them. And they're like, ooh, look at all this money. No, our money. We can accept the consequences. We can stand down the big fleets. Thank you for the money. We're losing money right now. In fact, I'd kind of like to try to squeeze some more money out if I can. So there's a little bit of money we can squeeze out. These manufactories are actually probably pretty good. Ramparts, not really. Impressment art, this is not really. Mage towers, not really. Manufactory is, though. Should probably save a little for that, but I think in the meantime, that's probably good enough goods produced. Money in the hand is better than money in the bush. Okay, can we actually make an increase from protecting trade anywhere? 42, 82, $1.82. I like a $1.82. We have been leaving money on... Well, I've known for a while we were leaving money on the boats, but that just confirms it. Whatever happened to our $1.82? Wow. Probably costing more than... That's fine. Oh, there we go. Oh, it's gone again. Ooh, stars beneath the tides. What is this? Passers-by gawk, enraptured by what seems like a lucid dream beneath the waves. During daylight and twilight, lights dimly hum like sleeping city below the shore of Ardham Karast. But at night, they blaze bright as the very stars above. Surveys from the ocean surface reveal little as the radiance lurked deep in the littoral zone. So we outfitted diving squads to investigate. According to the reports, nearby merfolk scattered over the shelf at the squad's approach. Examining the sea science work, our divers discovered broken glass bottles, mirror shards, and lustrous metals tied with kelp rope and arrayed in tiered fences. Anchoring them, stone rune posts hammered with magic, empowering the trinkets to shine as bright as lighthouse beacons. We're not certain why they erected this display, or Kabika's administrators have theories ranging from wicked arcane siege weapons to flashy demarcations. As tourists flock to observe the stars beneath the tide, what should we do? Dismantle them, gain a bunch of money, and make them angry? Or the merfolk's intent will come to light in time. And since I've been remembered that we have the merfolk, let's say hi to them. Lose some devotion. Take part in their rituals. Yeah. There we go. It spawned forth minute incarnates with blessed tailwinds against the vexing headwinds, with some manner of curious, unfortunate, and joyous. Breaking the surface barrier, each interaction earned a grain of trust, and now those minute grains form the foundation of our relationship. We will become allied. Yay! Oh, you should get mothballed. We don't want to actually be paying for those heavy ships. That's part of the reason we're having money issues. But yay! Our money issues are less bad. They're going to get worse again, but they're not that bad. There we go. Let's mothball everything. We're not going to need them for a bit. That helps our income even more. And that colony is coming along bit by bit. I keep forgetting about the merfolk, but we got that one. We have an alliance. Over here, we should have... Let's create. Well, we can create merfolk settlements. That's lovely, but we have other ones around here. Yeah. We have these merfolk settlements to treat with. Oh, they're all allied. Okay, they all come together as one. And now, when we get to a situation where we have them, we can make more merfolk. Is there a better merfolk level, like integrated? That gives us even better? That could be exciting. Getting more merfolk friends. You're the mothballed fleet. So let's get you out of here, group you up. Mothball. Merge. And I can wait for you to get there. And then we get the trade fleet a little bit bigger. Ooh, Hujan Lacquerware. I see no reason why we shouldn't just get even more money and friendship. Probably that it's going to reduce our overall trade income. It's fine. And now we can get even more of these queued up. So that's 16, 17, 18. What's our fleet limit? 20. 19. 20. There we go. We've queued up to our fleet limit. And in principle, our light ships should give us enough income to maintain themselves. In principle. In practice, who knows? Well, we know one thing. We're about to get more trade range. Does that give us access to the Gulf of Rahen? No, not yet. So sad. Oh, professional officers. What are we going to get here? We can get... With techniques for allowing merfolk to act on land have resisted for times, the early 16th century... resulted in the development of new methods amongst the Bashadi that were more robust and cheap. This innovation marked a new era in the closeness of the communities. It also allowed incorporation of merfolk into city militias, handing strength to Jasir Jadid, increasingly threatened by outside forces. So we can get offensive morale or offensive shock. Let's take that extra offensive shock. And there's the native uprising. Okay. So you're concerned about it. But as I had mentioned before, it's only 400, so I'm not very concerned. They can't even siege the province down. So we can take a break from drilling, walk on over there, bop them, and then find a place to drill again. We might even set them up in Galam for a bit. We don't want them on the province because I still want to drill them and turn down their maintenance. But there we go. See, if they rise up, then we can fight them. But otherwise, these are our people. We don't want to be killing them willy-nilly. And we have some hardy seamen. Don't look at me like that. The glare my son gave me, I was just reading the tooltip. And Hismanur is producing wool. Just like everywhere else. Gold. It's all wood. It's all wool. Oh, hey. Yay. Big chunk of money. And we're done building our fleet up, so we don't need to worry about it. Well, eventually, we knew he had to die. This shouldn't be clickable. Oh, rulers can be, generals can't be. Okay. I thought rulers couldn't be. Well, let's have a ruler be the commander. Not a great commander, but enough to drill. And the drill is what matters. Getting that army professionalism up, getting that drill up. And okay, we're at the 25% here. The 25% is when I want to consider trying to get the institution. Is colonialism present here anywhere? It's present up here, so we might be able to get it without deving up. Do any of these people willing to give us knowledge sharing? No. Well, that they have colonialism means that it might spread to someone who is willing to give it to us. Our radical reforms... I'll take some admin power. And we'll take the technology. Get the technology before the idea. I want the idea, but the technology is probably more important. And what would I do with another merchant? Really? I've forgotten what we wanted with this already first. We wanted ship cost reduction. Now that's just cost, not maintenance. Let's do trade power propagation. That's probably better. So we're at 669 now, and when the month trick's over, at the end of everything, we get... 678. It's not a lot, but every little bit helps. Well, we don't even have all the boats. But yeah, if we did get another merchant, what would we do? We can't quite reach the Gulf of Rahen. We can't see Yimakai. And then over here, we're moving past us. So, Bia Mubdia, we would just be pulling stuff out of our future targets to send to ports west. So, it's not super exciting to go that way. So I don't even know what we would do with another merchant if we got one. So that merchant is not super exciting. The viceroys, the faster colonists are, though, as are the viceroys. And that additional colonist. So... yeah, we'll want to run down that chain, and eventually we'll have use for yet another merchant. We have so many merchants. It's a little giggy. It's a little giddy. Yeah, everyone's feeling pretty okay estates-wise. House of the Adine could be happier, but can we really expect a bunch of slaves to be that happy with us? I don't want to anger them. If we anger them, that's going to give us the minus 10% army morale back, or we don't want that. We're making 1.8 again, though, so we're doing pretty good. Oh, that's because we lost an advisor. Well, I can't live without the extra advisor, so get that. Oh, I hope that the mages can finish their thing soon, so we can start transmuting gold, though. Getting the inflation with the gold will just be very nice. We also need to think about changing out some infantry for artillery, but that we're going to have a broader rethink our military stage later. When we have everyone come in and we have a bunch of money and we have all these armies we have to worry about. So I'm going to put that off. Probably for the next time I play. Because I don't know that we're going to be able to go much longer. And this colony is not taking that long. We haven't had any major events, but we're not going too long. More movement. That's not really what we want. That second colonist would be very nice, though. It would burn our money to the ground, but it's probably worth it to get everyone here. Do you have any high development provinces? 7 on the coast. Yeah, that mill tech is why I don't really want to tech up colonialism. We are at mill tech 9, but still. I'd rather pay for colonialism to show up if I could. Shalazar. Hi, Shalazar. How are you doing? Don't like us that much. Well, Shalazar is the ones who have colonialism. Miltech 8. We're gonna try and see if we can't befriend Shalazar. Usually they're collected by Yezilmora. Well, okay, we cannot become friendly. Yezilmora is certainly big and scary and eating bits of them. I don't necessarily want to be an ally with them, but I do. They have colonialism. Since the Grand Republic of Shalazar has colonialism, I want to try to see if I can't get them to give me colonialism. I really don't want to have to dev it up. Yezilmora also has colonialism. So, Yezilmora doesn't know who we are. Well, that's why I'm trying to seek knowledge sharing. Knowledge sharing will get us some colonialism. We're gonna have to dev it up. I was wanting to avoid it, but yeah, we're gonna have to. Well, that's how it is. There's really nothing to do but to do it. We have the colonist, so we're not really slowing ourselves down, and we will catch up in the long term. What techs do we... Okay, we're not even at the 25% yet. But it's probably still worth it. Okay. Spawned in Torjoldhaven. I'm not seeing when it was spawned, unless it's in here. So, yeah, well, let's just get it done. Hey, I love it when Canor has problems. Canor. Yeah, let's just encourage development. I'm still not sure which way is better, but this way feels better. There we go. Halfway there. Is that the best solution? Probably not, but it's good enough. Mubar is... Deal with your anger in Abasidataba. What's going on over here? Disorder. There's just disorder here. Okay. Disorder and they stole estate lands. Okay, that's what's going on. I was worried for a moment that they might have not been fighting the Kaokil. That's mostly down by Watoi. Watoi hasn't been fighting them. We're gonna have to fight them eventually, but it's fine. Let's make sure we expand the infrastructure here. %. Dev is not too expensive to plop and lobicate, though, so that's good. Our lands are so bad, though. It's all deserts and jungles. We don't even have good trade goods. I'm still just chuckling at how bad our trade goods have been. We failed every coin flip. Every coin flip, it was a flip between something bad and something good. And we got all the livestock and all the wool. Oh, we're getting 9 right now from our trade. I do enjoy that. Sneaking ever closer to getting our level 2 advisors back. Just in time to go further. The House of Wealth is refusing to pay the House of Glory. Well, we'll side with whoever we can't afford to piss off. House of Glory. A. If they... A quest is a quest. Pay up. House of Wealth wasn't mad enough to give me negatives if they were pissed off, so... Although, House of Glory is just going to make mercenaries more expensive. I probably should have sided with Wealth, just because who cares about mercenaries? There's that Yezelmora. Oh, excuse me, that's Nazni. They just have very similar colors. And my old lady eyes couldn't tell the difference. I haven't forgotten about you, Bois. I haven't forgotten about that early piece of lore that this used to be one of our great friends. We will save them. Yay! Renowned at transmutation. Do we have enough? Do we have enough mana to push my favorite button? Not yet. So what's homunculus do? Ruler. It's an artificial being, immune to poison. So give us little bonuses. Honestly, I think we're probably just better off getting some more transmutation. Let's get legendary. What's legendary transmutation give us? Rite of Conception. Won't do anything because we are a theocracy. We can reshape terrain, get element cost down further. Legendary transmutation doesn't do anything but make me feel awesome for having legendary transmuters in our genie realm. I want to be very clear, it is not the correct decision, but I'm making it anyway. Oh ho ho! And because we did the step up, we can get good return on the temple over there. Yeah, that's probably the correct solution. The correct thing. I've just... Our first ruler had renowned transmutation and got to turn rocks into gold exactly one time before just falling over dead. And ever since that, it's just felt like, yeah, that's what a big, like, genie-worshipping people should do. We should have this amazing transmutation power that we're using all the time to manipulate the world. It doesn't actually offer us any benefits. No, our stability. Our rulers are not all powerful mages, only our first one. Our first ruler was a powerful mage, but since then we have not had one. Oh, there's Yezomora. Well, before we do Yezomora, we have something very important we need to do. Okay, after we do Yezomora, we have something important to do. The Coven of Yezomora has always occupied a place in the nightmares of Sarhal. While the hags weave their plots across the continent, they make their base of power in the shadow swamps at Sarhal's heart. From there, a horde of swamp trolls has perennially threatened the surrounding regions, conducting terror raids designed to extract as much suffering as possible. Such misery fuels the fell magic of the hags and makes them strong. In recent times, however, the horde of Yezomora has changed. In the past, the hags conducted raids against any true sense, throwing their regenerating swamp trolls against sometimes far superior enemies, seemingly simply to feed on suffering and death of their own minions. Now the hags conduct true campaigns. The swamp trolls coordinate in great waves of brutality, and the power and extent of the horde simply grows and grows. All who look agree a new era of shadows upon us. We reach a new level of power, and the conquest and its conquests outside the swamp will now be permanent. Okay, I know what's... So, we are centered around genie power, but instead of being powerful mages, we're all plain touched. We're all plain touched, so... We don't have powerful magic, but we are, like, genie-blooded rulers. But importantly, let's kill 3,000 men to gain a stability. Okay, now we're gonna see Yezlemor do the thing. Whatever happened to the Vile One? I don't know what the Vile One is. I know that Bois has been growing all game. And there were some spooky looking tags around this area that Bois just ate. Yeah. If the Vile One matters, we'll find the Vile One. For now, we're getting word from across the bay of problems that might affect our trade partners. Increased demand for dates. Yes, please. Love that. The Umbral Covenant. Well, Bois may not always rule the area. Never mind. Did you just see the Umbral Covenant and go, ah, that's the Vile One way up there? Something is happening in my game that I don't know enough about how it normally develops to be shocked at. Yeah, we've got the Umbral Covenant over here with the Shadow Pact. A bunch of gnolls. What happened in Jadari? What's a Jadari? I know what Jadari is, but we don't. The command is growing up there. Something's happening. I mean, we could sacrifice a lot of our trade benefits and just send out some ships exploring and learn about the world. That's probably a good idea, actually. We have the option to get, like, an explorer, so we should push that button. I'm curious now what's happening in the world, so let's go find it. Where's our New World Charter? Importantly, explorer. Okay. We're going to be doing some exploration. Well, we'll start nearby and we'll just go around. Learn what we can learn about the world. More maps will come our way eventually. It doesn't cost us too much in money. In fact, we gained money. Aha! Because trade income fluctuates wildly. Well, let's just finish off the punctured coast before we go much further. There's apparently just this little island that we don't know about. Now you're going to actually be out at sea for longer, right? Probably not. We're going up to the Gulf of Rhen, which is going to be like one spot. And then we'll do the coast. Well, it's fine. Oh, no, you're not our colonialism target. You are. expand my infrastructure. Oh, there's more of the Gulf of Rahan up there than I was expecting. And there's our colony. First colony done. Yeah, we can take a little bit of the loss. We let them do some human experiments, it's fine. Okay, let us continue working our way down. I don't want these, actually, though. This one in particular seems better. But I'd have to unmothball my transports in case I need to take people over there. Hey, we're gonna see what happened to Jod. I forgot that you can see what happened to Jod in the Ralacy. Or the Gulf of Rahan. Let's get that Gulf going. I love that we can get everywhere except for the middle there. That's too far away. That's a little silly. Oh, boy Beretti. So sad. They beat back girl Beretti. Do I have development of temples on? I don't remember. I do not. I probably should. I definitely should. I'd been planning on putting that on, and then I forgot. That would have saved a bit of points. Oh well, it's fine. We're almost there. We can't sweat the small stuff. It's just a few hundred monarch. It's just a couple thousand monarch points. It's fine. Totally not going to be the difference between success and failure. Come on. Bakeaba. Win the coin flip. Win the coin flip. Don't be a wool or livestock. That's all I ask. Win the coin flip. I mean, there's theoretically good trade goods. All of our provinces have the potential to have good trade goods. There's just a coin flip. We're going to get a good or a bad trade. We're going to get a good trade good half the time and a bad one half the time. And it has been always the bad ones. Well, the only reason I am not on Iron Man right now is because I was concerned I might have to debug mode. So while it might be a pass, I'm not going to. We're just going to have to live with it. This was Ivory. This was Ivory, and I clicked the wrong button, and it turned into... and we left and came back, and it was wool. That was at the very start of today's stream. But I'm gonna live with it. We're doing fine without it. It's not cope. It's not cope, it's skill expression. It's cope. It's all cope. But we've got colonialism. We can turn that edict off. And then we can turn on... Okay, we can just look at how expensive it would be to embrace. Maybe we don't need to actually do anything. I want it to spread over there, so... Let's get institution spread going. I'll take the tax modifier. I think I'll take the tax modifier this time around. Okay, so with that, how fast is it spreading over here? Not very fast. Actually, that change right there changes my plan. That event... If that takes us, like, halfway there, it might be worth taking out our first actual loans of the game. Our loans are so expensive. But it's worth it to embrace colonialism. And in a few months we can turn that off, and then we'll be good. But Dobby's not a valid rival anymore. Oh no. We're gonna need a new rival. So there's the Ringwood Sea. That's not what I want to have happen. Clicking badly. Explore the coast here. And what happened to Jadari is this. Apparently, Jadari is fine. There's just a border between Jadari and the Umbral Covenant now. Baraga? Sure. You're a friend of ours. It's 9. Buhakar died. Well, that's a problem for them, I'm sure. I'm sure we don't need to worry about it. We're going to be sitting back here in our little corner. Oh. Hello. I knew about this looking at the map. I didn't realize it was so... Oh, goodness. That is certainly impressive. Could you imagine living here? I mean, it doesn't seem to be impacting things too much. I don't have the game optimized for high performance anyway, and I have things pretty chill to be nice on my CPU. We can get a little bit more of the punctured coast. Let's Let's do that because that's near home. We can see more smoothly. I love how stark it is. I know we're dealing with genies and magic, but this is like the most fantasy thing about this so far. And you can get cancelled now. No. Yes. I was only a couple days early. Oh, and we're about to have a secularization question. Well, we cannot change our government type. So it's going to have to be partial secularization or strengthening the religious head. I think that's probably the only one that matters. So... okay, well, we've done our dev up. Need a few more of you. Is that worth it too? I think it might be. We're so far behind on what we need admin-wise, it's probably worth it to click that button. Okay, we don't need any more temples. Production would be good there, but I think the trade power is more good. Okay, we've expanded our understanding of the punctured coast. Now we have the northeast Halles coast. A little bit of it. Maybe up here. I look forward to eventually learning about canner and being like, what is a canner? It's time. Oh, that's so good. 300. It's not quite enough for a manufactory, but importantly, we can repay all of our loans. We're making +7, which I think is grounds enough. Oh, that's inflation reduction. Well, let's keep up on our military with this discipline commandant. That is so much money. But even then, we're not that bad off. We could probably run another one. You're younger. We could afford the other one, but I want the inflation reduction person, so we're gonna keep that. Our pirates, no. It looks like we're done with potential exploration. So we can send you to protect trade. +10, +6. Give us the +10. And we need a rival. Okay, Badabi can be a rival again. Thank you, Badabi. I was worried you were gonna stay too weak and pathetic forever. Another rebel in our subject. That's your responsibility. Don't make me go take care of it for you. Yeah, we have the inflation reduction. We can squeeze out more. Hex yeah, colonial enthusiasm. People love coming here. And they love rolling something that isn't wool or livestock on the coin flip. So that we can have trade goods that don't suck. Yeah, I don't think any of that is really worth it. You are. More aquatic lights. When the lights first appeared beneath Ardham Karth's waters, confusion and dread abounded. Yet year after year, the submerged stars of merfolk curated baubles that at first were viewed with suspicion were increasingly regarded as beloved local landmarks. Then, one bright foggy morning, the truth arrived, told by a slick, black-scaled merfolk peddling her coral to a curious buyer. I believe an aristocrat hoped to earn a plankton of lordship, a little bit. A small amount, yes, a token of political power. As a brash show of force, he ordered the site to mark our territory's limits against your port. We assumed your kind would dismantle it, honestly. After his promotion to some sunken trench, we preserved the fences, seeing it as nothing more than a braggart's line in the sand. It attracts many of you landfolk, and on darkest nights your lights on land shine like the airy stars. Maybe you can visit sometime. Oh my gosh. Yeah! Let's go! We get less unrest, more goods produced. That worked beautifully. And we can probably deal with the merfolk again. Oh, no. We can't treat with the merfolk anymore. If we have a shipyard in Lapagade, we can create a new merfolk settlement, though. That might be worth something. I'm loving this little side story of just making friends with the merfolk. It's fun. It's very appropriate because all of our rulers so far have been water plane touched. So we get along well with this merfolk. Probably should be building barracks and such, but I'm kind of not wanting to think too hard about that. Hex, yeah, we have spices! It's been so long since we rolled something that wasn't bad. And we have a government reform. We decided already we will strengthen our religious head. Gain absolutism. I don't think it's going to do much now. I don't think we have absolutism yet. No, but when we do, we'll have absolutism from that. But my hernia is acting up enough that I'm going to have to stop, so let's see if we have enough people hanging out to make it worth going off to stream, or to raid someone else, and then I will go lay in bed in pain. Because that is what happens. Thank you for coming by. And let's see. Got Lime Grove. You've got Pisces. Lime Grove has attracted me with Hello Earthlings. Let's go bother Lime Grove. Thank you all for coming. Hop in here, don't embarrass me. And we will stream next whenever we stream. But for now, peace. Rah.